the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha and the Dharma and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams and dakins. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of the graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yam, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we can think that by the power of reciting this prayer, liberating Sakya from disease by Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo, all the sufferings in the world, and especially the suffering of pandemic of COVID-19, is completely pacified. The problems people are facing in the world due to this pandemic in the form of losing their loved ones, losing their jobs, source of livelihood, the suffering of loneliness, isolation, quarantine, not being able to travel, the suffering of the exaggerated suffering nowadays of poverty, of conflict, and also the suffering of Tibetan people in Tibet by the oppression of the Chinese. May all these sufferings in the world, along with the sufferings of the lower realms faced by the animals, hungry ghosts and hell beings, as well as the sufferings of the upper realms faced by the gods and demigods, not being able to practice Dharma in those realms. By the power, by the virtue of our prayers, all these sufferings are completely pacified. And let's generate a sense of rejoicing over our merit and the chance we had to relieve the suffering of others and to develop our good qualities. Now Guru Buddha Chenrezig takes the form of a yellow sphere of light, comes to the crown of our head, and then slowly enters our central channel to absorb into our heart. Our body, speech and mind becomes one with the body, speech and mind of Guru Buddha Chenrezig. Now we can proceed with the dedication of the prayers. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise, and may that which has arisen not decline but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arisings are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma. By completing the qualities of stages and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious One Song Tapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all my lives, may I never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicine and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as dear as my life, and may sentient beings hold me most dear. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. By merely saying, hearing, thinking about, or remembering me, as well as by touching me or talking to me, may all suffering instantly be pacified, and may there be happiness forever. And we seal our merit with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, numberless Buddhas, and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Now the long life prayers for our precious teachers. Hari Rave Kuve Chintande Pendande Va Mali Jungwe Chenrezig Gyalpo Prayer. Chape Badu Tendu Shu Tuktu Jantin Jambam Jave Jinkyo Pive Kunto Doko Dokun Kuve Legmon Kutupa Dasu Duje Kondu Shakten for as long as space remains, for as long as sentient beings remain. Until then may I too remain to dispel the miseries of it. And we can also do our own personal dedication. Thank you very much.
Hi, Venerable.
Hello, Venerable Balran. How are
How are
you?
you?
I'm good. Thank
Everything
you.
going okay? Have you all started opening up? You said last week or two
Yeah,
weeks. Yeah.
yeah, it's getting better and it's been opening a little bit. Yeah, because vaccination is
Yes. You
yeah.
got both your vaccinations?
Just the first one I got.
Oh, okay.
How is the situation in India?
Well,
Um,
I mean, in a way, we are fortunate to be in Dharamsala because things are not as bad here. Although we are in complete lockdown just as a precaution, but our numbers are really, really falling. So hopefully we'll open up soon. But I know Mumbai, where my parents are, I mean, the numbers are also decreasing. So they are doing better. But I
okay,
think some other states like Bangalore are still very badly hit. Um, and the vaccinations, still the availability of vaccinations is an issue. So
okay. I think it should pick up soon because India is also importing vaccine now from other
yes,
countries.
yes. So slowly they're getting back on track with that.
Okay, okay. Yeah, I hope our prayers bring fruit soon.
Yes, I think, I mean, that's what I really, really appreciate every weekend being able to come together like this, um,
Yeah,
and, send prayers collectively. And so hopefully we will chip away at this, and the governments will also begin to pay more attention and do what they need to do from their side.
yeah, yeah,
So your parents are okay?
yeah. They are okay.
Yeah.
And have you got the vaccine?
So we got our first dose on April 1st, and we were supposed to have the second dose end of May, right? So, but then it got postponed to 12 to 16 weeks. So now we are scheduled for our second one on the 1st of July. So
Okay,
hopefully that will come through. Yeah,
okay. Yeah. Now the new guidelines are about 12 weeks. Mine is also after 12 weeks.
I see. Yeah, I think they say, what is it? Is it Covishield? I think it's Covishield, isn't it? That
Shield,
for
yeah.
Covishield it is 12 to 16 weeks. So,
Yeah, you're right.
yeah.
Okay, it's very nice seeing you.
Yeah, so nice to see you, Venerable. Take care and see you hopefully maybe next. If you do it at this time, I'm going to be doing the same time for the next few Saturdays. So I'll see you then.
Okay, yeah. See you next
Bye.
Saturday. Have a good session.
You too. So, welcome everybody to the next session of this prayerathon. Um, I feel very fortunate to be part of this prayerathon. My name is Tenzin Baldwin, and I'm speaking to you from Tushita Meditation Center in Dharamsala. So let's just take a few minutes to focus on our breath, um, and then we'll start our practice. So I'd like to share this image of Thangtong Gyalpo. Um, so we'll keep that in front of us, but for now, let's just focus on our breath and just be aware of your breath coming in and out. And you can count one for your breath going in and two for your breath going out. And let's just count to 10. If you find your mind wandering, simply bring your mind back to your breath. So, as Mingyur Rinpoche reminds us, it is really the awareness of the breath that is more important uh, than actually the object or the breath. But so we keep the awareness of the breath in our minds. And now from this part space, let us visualize this image that is in front of us, who is none other than Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. In fact, he is the one who composed this prayer to pacify the pandemic that Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche has asked us to recite. During his time, he was a Sakya Lama. During his time, there was a pandemic raging, and they did all sorts of things to try and quell it, but nothing worked. And Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, who is actually also considered to be one of the reincarnations of Shakyamuni Buddha, composed a prayer out of his bodhicitta in order to pacify the famine, and he was successfully able to do that. So this is why we are reciting this prayer collectively, so that this pandemic and the causes of the pandemic might abate, and the vaccinations reach everybody, and so that everybody will be benefited. So we are doing this prayer not just for ourselves or our families or our friends, but for the benefit of all sentient beings. So to start this prayer, let's do a visualization, a brief visualization of Guru Avalokiteshvara, Thousand Arm Avalokiteshvara standing in front of us on a lotus and a white moon cushion, beautifully adorned with jewelry and silks, each of which points to his various attainments. And he's looking at us with great love and compassion. And surrounding us are all sentient beings, your mother and all sentient beings in the female form, in the form of female humans on your left-hand side, and your father, and all the male sentient beings in the form of males on your right-hand side. And if you have any difficult or challenging people, you can put them in front of us. We are including all the beings from all the 6 realms, the hell realm, hungry ghost, animal, human, sura, asura, deva, and not leaving out a single human being. And Guru Avalokiteshvara is surrounded by all the other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, and he is none other than our Guru, who has taken this form out of his great compassion. And we have to remember that this pandemic came as a result of causes and conditions. And so we really have to work towards eliminating those causes. So visualize that from the crown of Guru Avalokiteshvara pours out this white light into the crowns of all of us around us, completely purifying all the negativities of our body. Any stealing, any kind of killing, even of insects or animals or birds or butterflies or moths or scorpions or whatever that we engaged in, or any stealing, that is taking anything in any form of shape that did not belong to us, and then any form of sexual misconduct that we engaged in. Think that this white light coming out from Guru Avalokiteshvara's crown completely purifies all these negativities, and it comes out in the form of dirty laundry water. So before we start reciting, let's first do the refuge prayer, and then we will start doing recitations of Om Mani Padme Hum, with each of the visualizations purifying our body, mind, and speech. So we are praying to Avalokiteshvara to remove all our cognitive and afflictive obscurations, and at the base of which is our self-grasping ego and its twin sister, the self-cherishing ego, which is the cause of all our problems. So we open our hearts and take heartfelt refuge in Guru Avalokiteshvara, because Avalokiteshvara is completely purified all his negativities, overcome all his afflictions, so he's completely free. And he has no other agenda than to benefit us in exactly the way we need. And he has the skillful means to do it. So, like a little child opening themselves up to their mother, we open up ourselves to Guru Avalokiteshvara and make this heartfelt refuge prayer. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we visualize that white light coming out from Guru Avalokiteshvara's crown, completely purified all the negativities of our body, and all the negativities come out from our feet in the form of dirty laundry water. And our bodies get filled with this pure, beautiful, brilliant white light. So we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum. We'll start by doing it loudly together and then reciting it softly while we believe this visualization to be happening. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So just take a minute to feel like your bodies and all our bodies, all sentient beings around us have been completely purified of all these negativities, including the body of Mother Earth, who has suffered so much as a result of our lack of mindfulness. And now I imagine from the throat of Guru Avalokiteshvara this brilliant red light pouring into our throats, completely purifying all the negativities of our speech, harsh words, idle gossip, divisive speech, any lying that we engaged in. And of course, we create so much negativity by our speech without realizing, or whether intentionally or unintentionally. There's so much pain that we cause the people around us, the people we love, our friends, our neighbors, and you can see this all over the world with regards to how politicians talk, or our bosses talk, or people engage with each other with a lack of sensitivity to people who are different from them. So there's a lot of negativity that we create on a regular basis through our speech. So we visualize that this red light comes out and purifies all the negativities of speech that we have created since beginningless time, our own speech and the speech of all sentient beings around us. So again, we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om mani pe me hum, om mani pe me hum, om mani pe me hum. Om mani pe me hum. So again, just take a few minutes to feel like this visualization has happened and our body, our speech has been completely purified and been transformed into the holy speech of Guru Krishna. And now visualize from the heart mind of Guru Krishna pours out this brilliant blue-green light into each of our hearts, completely purifying all the negativities emitted from our mind. And of course, the body and the speech is easier to tame and train. Our mind is much more difficult. And that's where we have to put the greatest effort. But that's the cause or the creator. As we know in Buddhism, there is no outside creator. It is our mind that creates all things that are good, bad, and ugly. And so it's very, very important for us to become aware of our thought patterns and thinking, and especially our afflictions like attachments and aversions and hatred, all of which is based on ignorance, this self-grasping ignorance, this sense of I and my that comes out so strongly, and on the basis of that the afflictions come out, and on the basis of that then we engage in negative karma and we create the causes for our suffering and the suffering of others, and samsara continues. So this is what we have to purify. So we visualize this blue-green light coming out from the heart of Guru Abhidhamma, completely purifying all the negativities of our mind. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani padme hum. Om Mani Padme. So again, just take a few minutes to feel that this purification actually happened and your mind has been completely purified. And the minds of all sentient beings, which has been the cause, contributed a cause towards this pandemic, has been completely purified. And now visualize that from the heart of Avalokiteshvara, through his crown emerges a little Avalokiteshvara and dissolves into each one of us. And we all become transformed into little Avalokiteshvaras. And our minds, bodies, and speech has been transformed into the holy body, speech, and mind of Avalokiteshvara. And this is possible because we all have the Buddha nature. However bad or difficult or whatever negativity we have committed can be purified because the afflictions are transitory. They can be overcome and we can realize with effort our pure nature. So therefore it is possible to become very lovely to Ishvara. So believe and even that this Mother Earth is transformed into a beautiful celestial mansion, and that all of us have been transformed into Guru Avalokiteshvara, and peace and harmony and well-being is possible. So we'll do a round of Om Mani Padme Hum with this visualization. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So take a few minutes to feel this transformation and to believe that we have all become a Avalokiteshvara. The planet has been transformed and restored to her beauty, and we are all living together in peace and harmony and mental and physical well-being. That race, class does not matter, and that people can actually reach out to one another across these divides and really help each other across time and situations and across generations. But now we realize that this reality has still not manifested. This is only a visualization, and because the pandemic is still strong in many places around the world, including India and Nepal, we do the actual prayer together. So we'll do this prayer 3 times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the Buddha, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Second time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harm of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose lips terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Tatvinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. And so now we will do the prayer on pacifying the danger of weapons, which is a short prayer composed again by Mahasuri Thangtong. O Mani Padme Hum, great loving victorious one, Arya sublime, compassionate eye-looking one, wrathful victorious Hadriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth, objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5D generations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigratory beings whose hatred is a blazing fire. Please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase. By their recognizing each other as being like parents, through your defeating the multitudes of vicious evil spirits, who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an asura, from now on may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and died to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And then finally we'll do the dedications, recommended by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Changchu Semchu Rinpoche, Make Panam Kekyu Chi, Kepa Nampa Mipaya, Gongi Gongdio Pelwa Shu, to realize emptiness. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect and dependent arising are unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meanings of Namajuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. For the sick, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception, of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives, never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent dharma. By completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vaidara. By the force of the victorious one, Samkapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend, in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. To always be used by sentient beings like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I hold sentient beings as precious as my life. May I hold them as more precious than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, May I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And to seal the merits with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits, collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Jampa pavo jita kempadang kuntu zampo deyan dejente Deda kunji jesu dablo chil gewa dida tamche rapugo Yuzum shepe gyalwa tamche ki goa ganla chotu gapa de Dagi geve sava de kuntyang sampo choche rapu gowarji. And finally, for the long lives of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And finally, you can just include your own personal dedications. So thank you very much for joining me. I turn it over now to Sarah. Sarah? Venerable Sarah, are you? What a beautiful prayer wheel.
Can you see? I can't see, or like I can't see a picture.
It's magnificent. Well, okay, let me stop sharing. Oh, one sec. Sorry. There you go.
Oh, I see. Okay, you can see it. Good.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Good. You can see it, and you can see Rinpoche. Can you see Rinpoche?
I can't see. Where's Rinpoche?
This is Rinpoche here.
Oh, okay. Yes, yes.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
too bright there. That may be why. Yeah, but yeah, yes. And
Oh, there's Rinpoche in His Holiness.
yeah, great.
Yeah. Okay, I'll move that. I'll move
Yeah,
Rinpoche out of it.
yeah, that's there. You go. There
Got
you
it.
Go. Yes.
Trying to
Yes.
get a good picture.
Perfect. Perfect.
Okay, great. Sorry,
Thank
I
you
was
very
a little bit late. Yeah, good, great. Yeah, so I hope everyone can hear me. Can you hear me okay? Can I be heard?
Yes, yes, we can hear you very well.
Great. So if I vanish, please tell me, because I've got the screen on the prayer wheel and not on me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hi there in Chenrezig.
Hello.
Yeah.
Thank
okay.
you.
So this is Sarah, and I'm in Bodh right now in Nepal. So maybe I'll just give a little introduction first of all. What's going on here? So we still have a lockdown. We actually, the first wave we did very well, but the second wave has been very heavy. And also because we just, there are no vaccines here. So in fact, they started vaccinating people way back earlier in the year. And they gave the first shot to a reasonable number of people, but then they couldn't get any more vaccines. So very few people have had 2 shots. And meanwhile, we had a second wave, and the second wave was really quite bad. So I don't even know the actual figures for how many people got sick, but it seems to me like 40% or half of the people in the valley have probably been sick by now. And of course, a lot of people died. And as I've been saying to people in my room, from my room, I have a view of I can see the glow of the fires in Pashupatinas where they're burning the bodies. So people die, then the army, Nepalese army come and they take away the bodies. And I can get a sort of rough idea how many people died that day by how big the fires are. And the fires seem to be going down, but the lockdown is still extended. So it's not easy to be in lockdown. And one of the particularly disturbing things, of course, is, this is not a wealthy country. So there's no stimulus checks and government help. And restaurants, hotels, so many closed. In fact, where I stay is a guest house that is usually pretty full of Westerners, but I've been the only Westerner, and they just have to just cut down the rates enormously, and mostly it's been Nepalis here when people have been here. Yeah. So economically, there is a lot of suffering, and when you go on the streets, there are many beggars. Fortunately, several groups are providing food, which is really good to see. And in the times when the food's distributed, there are many people out on the street to get the food, people who need the food. So it's on the one hand, there's always good in the bad and bad in the good. So the bad is that so many people so desperately need food right now. And the good is that there are people who are giving food, even when it's pouring with rain, people still go out and provide food. So there is that element. And also I think there is an element in the Western countries here. Of course, we do have a lot of suffering in the West. There is a lot of physical suffering. But one reason it spreads a lot, of course, is because people share rooms, people share small spaces. So once one person in the family has got it, there's not much you can do but put them in a corner of the room, or find some kind of small space you can put them in, and give them food and hope that they get through it. But of course, that way the disease does spread very badly. And the government was discouraging relatives from taking people to hospitals because there were no beds and there was very little oxygen. And due to that, many people, by the time they were taken to hospital, it was simply too late. So it seems that quite a lot of deaths happened quickly when people were taken to hospitals. So there's that physical suffering, right, which is very clear to see. But then I know from my own experience of being in lockdown and the mind starts to become a bit dull and you don't see people, that the mental suffering that people must be experiencing that we hear about must also be immense. So whether you are wealthy or poor, whether you're powerful or just very simple, but you have to deal with your mind, you have to deal with your karma. And of course, that is the strongest suffering comes from the mind. So I sign up for this practice, as I always tell people at the beginning, not because I can lead practices or know how to lead practices, but because there are spaces. So I like to help out sessions that no one else is taking. So please, if you are listening in, don't expect anything at all. I'm simply going to read some prayers and recite mantras and turn the prayer wheel. And I'll try to do it with the best motivation that I can, particularly remembering that this is our Guru's advice. So this is very clearly what Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche wants us to do. And also Son Trizin and His Holiness, they all advise us to recite the money mantra. Obviously, there's incredible benefits to doing that. But then when it's the Guru's advice, then the benefit becomes just inconceivable. So on top of the benefit that's already there, the benefit becomes inconceivable. And then, of course, the money mantra is contained within this very precious prayer by Thangtong Gyalpo, a fully enlightened being. And so it becomes even more powerful. This prayer is also being recommended to us. And then this is a very holy place, this Kathmandu Valley. It's a place where the Buddhas have come. So way, way back, going beyond Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. We have so many stories about this valley and how Manjushri himself cut the side of the valley to drain the water because he could see there'd be so much benefit. And in fact, in this valley, I mean, there are so many precious holy objects. There are, in fact, 3 very, very special Chenrezig statues here, which are regarded as being actual Chenrezig. And they've been here for centuries. And they're available for people to come and visit and see. So I hope if the pandemic lifts and if the lockdown lifts and we can travel, I hope to do some sessions from those holy places. And then, of course, we have the great stupas, and we have many other precious holy objects here that have been here for centuries, that are world famous. So I was reflecting to myself a couple of days ago, this might be the most holy valley. Of course, Lhasa is a very holy place, but this might be the most holy valley. And even more so then, of course, we have the Sangha here. And even more so, we have the Gurus here. We have so many fully enlightened beings. We have so many monasteries. We have so many holy beings who are living here, practicing here. And so many lineages. So from my rooftop, as I said before, I can see about 19 or 20 great monasteries, monastic institutions, where the study of Dharma, the study and practice of Dharma is being upheld, and which are under the aegis, under the control, under the guidance of great holy beings. And of course, included in that is our very own Kopa Monastery and Nunnery. And that's all the various different traditions. Yeah, so at this holy place, and turning this prayer wheel and imagining all the blessings from this holy valley, spreading out through the valley and through the whole world to bring benefit. Spreading out on the internet, blessing YouTube, blessing internet, blessing everywhere. And of course, it's a very beautiful thing to be connected with Chenrezig in Australia, the very first centre that was established and has survived by our precious holy gurus. Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche and His Holiness. It's inconceivably precious that they are the place organising this. Yeah, so then what's missing? The motivation. So my mind, of course, is duller than dull. It's very dark, not the slightest bit of light inside. So I need to stay in holy places. So I'm going to read this special motivation that Rinpoche put together that we want all the students to do every morning or any time of the day, called Transforming the Mind into a Bodhicitta Motivation for This and All Future Lives. So that's the short title. So I'm going to read this and hope that some kind of blessing will come, that my mind can have the best possible motivation. So it begins with a direct meditation on the Lam. Essence encompassing all the Buddhas, originator of all the holy Dharma, of scriptures and realizations, principle of all those Aryas intending virtue, the Sangha. To the glorious holy Gurus, I go for refuge. Please, Gurus, bless my mind to become the Dharma. the Dharma to become the path, and the path to be without obstacles. Until I achieve the state of elimination and development, that's Buddhahood. Please bless me, just like Chenrezig and Thangtong, to correctly follow the virtuous friend with pure thought and action. See whatever is done is pure, and accomplish whatever is said and advised. Please bless me to see that this greatly meaningful body with freedoms and richnesses is difficult to find and easily perishes. That action and result are so profound, and the suffering of the evil-gone transmigratory beings is so difficult to bear, and to therefore go for refuge from the depths of my heart to the three rare sublime ones, Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Abandon negative karma and accomplish virtue in accordance with the Dharma. Independent upon that, even though I achieve merely the high rebirth of a deva or human, I will have to experience suffering endlessly in samsara due to being under the control of the unabandoned, disturbing thought obscurations. Therefore, by reflecting well upon the way of cycling in samsara, please bless me to follow continuously day and night the path of the three types of precious training, the principal method to be liberated from samsara. Independence upon that, even though I achieve near liberation, please bless me to see that there is no sentient being of the six types that has not been my father and mother, and thinking I must fulfill their purpose, and I turn away from the mind seeking the lower happiness of nirvana, generate the precious thought of enlightenment, bodhicitta, by equalizing and exchanging myself with others, and follow the conduct of the conqueror's sons and bodhisattvas by practicing the 6 paramitas, and so on. Having trained my mind in the common path in that way, even though experiencing the sufferings of samsara for a long time will not upset me, please bless me by regarding sentient beings with extraordinarily unbearable compassion to enter the quick path of the Vajrayana teachings. By protecting my vows and samaya at the cost of my life, may I quickly accomplish the unified state of Vajradhara in just this one brief lifetime of degenerate times. And then establishing the attitude that cherishes sentient beings, determined to obtain the greatest possible benefit from all sentient beings who are more precious than a wish-fulfilling jewel. I shall hold them most dear at all times. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, completely fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, completely fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And then the bodhisattva attitude on the basis of that. I give up my body, enjoyments and wealth, and even all virtues of the 3 times without any sense of loss, in order to accomplish the welfare of all sentient beings. By giving away all, I will pass beyond suffering, and my mind will achieve the non-abiding sorrowless state of omniscience, since everything is given up all at once at death. It is best to now give it away for sentient beings. Having given this body to all beings, to use however they want for their happiness, even if they constantly kill, criticize, beat me, and so on, let them do whatever they like. Even if others play with my body, put me down, and make fun of me, since I've already given this body to them, why resist that? Let sentient beings do anything to my body that doesn't harm them. When anyone encounters me, let it never be meaningless for them. Whoever generates a thought of anger or devotion by looking at me, may that very mind always become the cause to accomplish their every success. May all those who say unpleasant things, harm me physically, or likewise complain about me behind my back, have the fortune to achieve enlightenment. May I become a savior for those who lack a savior, and guide for those who have entered the path in all lifetimes, and a boat, ferry, and bridge for those who wish to cross over water. May I become an island for those seeking an island, a light for those wanting light, bedding for those desiring bedding. May I become a servant for all beings who want a servant. May I become a wish-granting jewel and a wish-fulfilling vase. Actualize knowledge mantras, a great medicine, a wish-granting tree, and a wish-granting cow for those beings. Like the 4 great elements, the earth, water, fire, air, and like space. May I always be the means of living in many ways for the innumerable sentient beings. So as I often say, the first course that I ever attended, first Buddhist course, was with Kyabje Lama Rinpoche. I was at Kopan in 1992, and I really didn't know anything at all about Buddhism. I was traveling, and I stumbled upon the course and ended up doing it, kind of kicking and screaming because I didn't want to do it. Well, I kind of just wanted to have a bit of a break. And reestablish my motivation for traveling. So I ended up at Kopan 3 days before the course started, totally by chance, in inverted commas. And of course, I never expected Rinpoche. And how can you describe Rinpoche? I mean, you never see anything like this in your life. So I knew I was looking for something, but I had no idea what I was looking for was Rinpoche. And from the moment he started teaching, I couldn't believe what he was saying, who he was, how he was. To me, this was something just, I had no words to describe it. The only word I had to describe it from my upbringing was Jesus. I had no other word to describe it. And Rinpoche was teaching the Guide to Bodhisattva's Way of Life, Rinpoche. And probably the only thing that I remember him teaching from that was this verse, where you pray to become like the earth that is used by sentient beings, people, any way they want, to build houses, roads, to make cups, to any way they want to use the earth. The earth doesn't argue. The earth doesn't say, no, you can't do that. The earth doesn't say, well, you can take a little bit of me, but you can't take the rest. The earth is there to be used. It's there to be used. Anyone can use it. Kings, beggars, paupers, dogs, flies. Earth is there to be used. It doesn't argue, it gives itself. And there was Rinpoche, of course he was much younger, thinner, explaining this to all us Westerners. That this is the prayer you should make for your life. This is the meaning of your life. This is actually what your life is about. Well, I never heard that in schools, in the universities. Nobody ever told me that. I knew that I hadn't been able to find in the schools and universities what I was looking for, and that's why I was traveling. I did not know that this is what I was looking for. And then Rinpoche went on to explain that you should pray to be like the water used by sentient beings however they want. So the animals go to the water, the flies, mosquitoes, the birds. They all need water, and water gives itself. Water is there. Water is there for people who we regard as being good or bad, or rich or poor, or happy or sad. Everyone needs water. The body is made of water. So much of this is water. And we should pray to be like that for sentient beings, to be like the water. For all sentient beings. And we should pray to be like fire that provides warmth, so that people can keep warm, the sun can shine, we can cook food, we can, and like the air that we need to breathe. Is there a creature that doesn't need air to breathe? Maybe there are, but I challenge you to find a creature that doesn't need warmth, that doesn't need water, that doesn't need space to move around in. So I don't want to go on for a long time, but that verse, I remember Rinpoche taught it, and the big difference between the Rinpoche teaching it and teachers that I had received teachings from before was Rinpoche meant it. He meant it. He meant what he was saying. He was telling us this is the meaning of your life. Pray to be like the four elements: air, water, earth, space, air, warmth for living beings. This is what makes your life meaningful. This is how you should pray. This is how you should live your life. And of course, that's how he is. That's how he exists. He exists, every living being, without exception, and gives himself in every way to every being, constantly, whether physically or by doing prayers or the numberless ways that we can't even fathom that Rinpoches are working for sentient beings. So this is the very essence for me of this prayer. It's what inspired me so many years ago. It still inspires me right now. I never ever saw an occasion when Rinpoche was not living this way. I myself have never managed to do it. All I can do is recite the words of this prayer, but it's the heart of this practice. And of course, the next verse is the heart of His Holiness's prayers that he always tells us is his meaning, his raison d'etre. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling, oh no, sorry, not the next one, but the one after that. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being, equaling the limitless sky, might always be the cause of their means of living in every way, until we all attain the Sara state. This next one is His Holiness. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, as long may I remain, dispelling the suffering of transmigratory beings. So His Holiness doesn't need to be here. He's a fully enlightened being. I mean, he's manifesting for us. He is the Dharmakaya Holy Mind of Buddha appearing in this form, and of course in the form of Rinpoche for us. Yeah. So I tell you a funny story about that verse that I just explained about praying to be like the earth and the water and the wind and the fire and the air. Yeah, so a friend of mine in Hong Kong, Rinpoche was staying with them, and the wife was cooking a meal, and Rinpoche they'd offered to Rinpoche, Rinpoche was eating, and the husband came back from the office, and he hadn't seen Rinpoche yet. I think Rinpoche must have arrived that day, and he was very casual, and he said, "Oh, hello, Rinpoche, how are you? How have you been the past year or so that I haven't seen you?" Kind of like that. And Rinpoche replied by explaining the meaning of this verse, that he had been to this country and this country and this country and this country and this and this and this and this and this. And of course, the husband was just completely deflated. He suddenly realized what a ridiculous, worldly thing he had said. Hello, Rinpoche, what have you been doing this past year? Well, of course, Rinpoche didn't say those words, but effectively what he was saying is, I've been the air for sentient beings to breathe. I've been the fire that keeps them warm. I've been the water that keeps them alive. I've been the space that allows them to move. I've been the earth that they walk on and that supports them in every way. Yeah, so we should pray to be like this for all sentient beings. And then right now, of course, particularly for those beings who are suffering from the pandemic, either from sickness or death or grief. So visualizing all the numbers beings around us, because they are all around us. So whether you visualize them around you or not, they're there. They're all there. Our man is an island, and we can think of them all in human form. And we can think of them all looking at Chenrezig and then taking refuge. Yeah, so this refuge prayer was given by Chenrezig to the great master of Thangtong Gyalpo. We'll recite this 3 times. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, give refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha, give refuge to the 70 Gurus, Yidams, and Kinis, give refuge to the empty clouds of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha, give refuge to the Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Give refuge to some dear Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. Give refuge to the empty clouds of our own minds, Dhammakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers with infinite space, give refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. Give refuge to Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Give refuge to some dear Gurus, Yidams, and Bikinis. Give refuge to the empty clouds of our own minds, Dhammakaya. Yeah. So I hope there's some kind of spark of a motivation now in the mind. And apologies for talking so much. I'm going to do another session later. I won't talk so much that time. But I have to try and set up a motivation in the mind. And then now what we can do is, of course, you can see on the screen this beautiful prayer wheel. It's gifted to me. It has more than 2 trillion mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. And of course, Om Mani Padme Hum is the manifestation of Guru's Guru Chenrezig's holy mind in the form of syllables. In this case, syllables are written down and they're spinning. So we can visualize that just as this prayer wheel is spinning, every prayer wheel in the world, in the universe, is spinning. all spinning, all the prayer wheels are spinning. Somehow it's kind of like they're connected and they're all spinning. And as they turn, they make the sound of the mantra. So they make the sound of these infinite trillions and billions, and you can't imagine the number of mantras and the resonance of the mantra that is now going out into the universe. And what it does is like a magnetic force, it sucks all the sicknesses. So all the sickness from the pandemic and all the other sicknesses, cancers, fevers, viruses, every sickness that there is gets sucked into these prayer wheels that are spinning everywhere. Gets sucked into the 6 syllables, all the economic difficulties, all the poverty, all the grief, all the mental suffering, so much mental suffering, suicidal thoughts, all of this gets sucked in. And then all the kind of obstacles to good rebirth, those who are in the body state right now, all the hunger, all the thirst and the pressure realms, all the heat and cold and pain, particularly in the hell realms, as well as all the realms, all the delusions, jealousy, pride, ignorance, hatred, attachment, craving, all the delusions, causes of the sufferings, as well as the manifest sufferings. And then, of course, the ultimate cause, ignorance, the very root of samsara, and all the negative imprints that are set to ripen from that, in addition to the result. All of that gets sucked into the 6 syllables. And we recite the mantra and just become part of that whole kind of magnitude of Om Mani Padme Hum resonating in the universe. Om. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani the prayer wheels and all the mantras inside all of these numberless prayer wheels, all throughout the world, all throughout the universe, they're also recycling devices. And what happens is there's all the sufferings and all the mental, physical sufferings along with the causes of those sufferings, as they're all sucked into the mantra, all money coming home, they all absorb into emptiness. All absorbed in, and then they're all transformed into everything that is needed by sentient beings, coming from the six syllables, and then they become all qualities, Chenrezig, soul, body, speech, and mind, and they beam out into the universe, into all the bodies, all beings, all six realms. And they fill them with all Chenrezig's holy qualities, body, speech, and mind. And then all the beings transform into Chenrezig, and they all recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So yeah, all the prayer wheels, all over the world, all not just here in the valley here. I'm particularly thinking of prayer wheel, the Stupa and Prabha and Swayambhu, and oh my goodness, there's so many prayer wheels here. I'm thinking of all of those, but then I'm spreading out my mind, going all over the world wherever there are prayer wheels, numberless prayer wheels, and as they spin, with numberless mantras inside, they're absorbing all the sufferings, all the cause of sufferings, and absorbing them all back into 6 syllables. And then from the 6 syllables, where all of that has transformed antonyms from those 6 syllables, all the blessings of Chenrezig's holy voice, which might go out, and all the beings become Chenrezig, filled with those blessings, and recite the mantras. So the mantras resonating, and every sound now becomes a sound of a mantra. So every sound that I can hear becomes a sound of Om Mani Padme Hum, and every form that I can see now becomes Chenrezig's holy body, and every thought that now comes into my mind is now Chenrezig's holy mind. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. And every place is Chenrezig pure. Om Mani Padme Hum. So I didn't realize there was somebody actually watching the screen also, Maddie. So also where you are now becomes Chenrezig pure. Om Mani Padme Hum. And of course Chenrezig, they're broadcasting, helping to forecast all of this is Chenrezig pure all the time. Om Mani Padme Hum. And all the birds that I can hear singing at Chenrezig, and they're all reciting the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. So of course that's on an ultimate level, but then how's that manifesting on the physical level? Well, on the physical level, whatever sentient beings need, they have. If they need a vaccine, they have a vaccine. If they need to be in hospital receiving treatment, they're receiving that. They're receiving oxygen. If they need money, they're receiving money. If they need help, they're receiving the help. You know, whatever they need, just like the earth, just like water, just like air, just like space, and just like fire, whatever they need, they're now receiving on the manifest level. They may not be able to perceive that their own bodies can become Chenrezig. They may not be able to perceive their own minds can achieve the Dhammakaya. They may not be able to perceive their own speech can become the mantra, or their own bodies, can become Chenrezig. But on a manifest level, according to the karma, they can see they're receiving everything that they need, and we are causing that to happen. Me and Madi and Chenrezig controlling. Due to Rinpoche's blessings, of course, Rinpoche is Chenrezig. The kindness of Thangtong Gyalpo is all the videos. So we don't see it, we forget. We don't see it, really obscured right now. We don't see that every prayer wheel is actually Chenrezig. Every prayer wheel is actually a manifestation of Chenrezig's enlightenment activity. So you know, if it's Chenrezig's holy speech, Om Mani Padme Hum, as it's explained, Om Mani Padme Hum is manifestation Chenrezig in the form of syllables. So if it's Chenrezig's If it's Chenrezig form syllable, that's Chenrezig. So if Chenrezig's holy speech is there, then Chenrezig's holy body is there, then Chenrezig's holy mind is there. Because, you know, the enlightened activity of the Buddhas is inconceivable. Yeah, so it's Chenrezig. So we don't see that, but every prayer is Chenrezig. And due to the kindness of our gurus, like His Holiness and Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, we've been introduced to these teachings, these very precious teachings and ideas that compassion is so precious. Developing a mind of compassion, great compassion, is the meaning of our lives, but working centered means is the meaning of our lives. This is so incredible, so precious. Of course, if they teach this, of course, that's what they do. That's what they're doing in visible and invisible ways all the time. So let's just think of the last, as we sort of coming to the end of the session, that as the prayer wheels turn, they also remove all the obstacles in enlightened activity and long lives of our gurus and perfect health of our gurus. And particularly all the obstacles from our mind that prevent us from seeing that they are in reality Chenrezig. All Chenrezig. They're all the thousand arms of Chenrezig, seeing all things, knowing exactly how to help and helping. So they give us the mantras and they give us the words, but they are the meaning. They themselves are the meaning. And may we and also to me become like this. Okay, then I'm going to recite the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, therefore they can be eliminated, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings arise from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in an instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases. The mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits, and whom suddenly 424 diseases and so forth. Now, whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. Om Mani Padme. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three rare sublime ones, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Om Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So I'm going to recite those three verses that I did earlier, because to me they're the essence of sharing desires. Like the four great elements: earth, water, fire, air, and like space. May I always be the means of living in many ways, with innumerable sentient beings. Likewise, in every realm of sentient being equally in the sky, may I always be the cause of a means of living in every way, until we all attain the sorrowless state. As long as space remains, as long as transmigratory beings remain, as long will I remain, spending the suffering of transmigratory beings. And then the prayer of the Bodhisattva. Amen. Precious, supreme, enlightened thought, Bodhisattva, that has not yet arisen, arise and grow. It has arisen, yet not decline, but increase more and more. And on my prayer for holiness, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. May all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduers in your way, who serve as a bountiful therefore, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine. You masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublimes, Savior of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please, live now. Yeah, so thank you very much. And, I finished. I was planning to finish it slightly early also because we were told to finish slightly early to hand over. Venerable Joe?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
I can just barely.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Well, I hope.
Oh, now
I
it's
hope-
better. No.
Okay.
It was my
Yeah,
fault.
I hope people could hear me when I was talking slightly early also because.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you very well. Thank you.
Who is that?
Very good.
Who is that pretending to be Thangtong Gyalpo? What's your name? Come out, wherever you are. Yeah, it's not Thangtong
I'm the mystery
Gyalpo
man.
talking. No, come on, blow your cover. Out,
I'm a mystery man. I'm sorry, I'm a mystery man. Good night. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chenrezig. Chenrezig in the form of a voice and a picture. And thank you so much, Maddie. I didn't realize somebody else was kind of also on the Zoom. So thank you so much. I don't know if she's still there because I couldn't see because I had the Zoom.
Venerable Sarah.
Thank you so much, Maddie. I'm listening to all my nonsense. I had the camera on my prayer wheel, so I was kind of just, going blah, blah, blah. And
Beautiful. It was beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now, Venerable Joan, chit chat as we hand over. Are you well?
Official chit chat. I'm very well, thank you. And how are you?
Is Kopan a bit more normal now?
Well, a little bit, but not much. There's some memorization happening in the evening. I heard that they're preparing for Rikjung. And so some memorization is happening in the Chenrezig Gompa, all socially distant and wearing masks. And some of the Lama Gyupas are doing memorization outside, also socially distant and outside, which is pretty safe. Those are the only activities that I see going on, but I'm not around much, other than in the evening when I go to do Kora. So maybe other things are happening that I'm not seeing.
Are you kind of not allowed to go out except for the evening Kora? Or you're just busy?
I don't think there's that much restriction on the older monks, and that also includes us older nuns. The cafe has always been open. And so that assumes that people can go to it. It is socially distant, though a little bit less this week than it was. I saw that there's two chairs at every table, but there's a few more tables than there was originally. But nobody's going out. I heard the only people going out are like the grocery shopping monks. So, we're really kind of, everybody's just here. Nobody's coming and
Rinpoche is well?
Yeah, he's busy. He's been, doing these Tibetan teachings and doing some writing of the Prajnaparamita, trying, I think, almost every day to do some of that.
Wow.
And, I don't, I just see him when I go up for water bowls. Sometimes I don't always see him. And then he seems to be, either doing one thing or another. But he's well, seems very well.
Well, that's wonderful.
Roger says that we should start English teachings again soon, but Roger's been saying that for about 3 weeks now. So
yeah, well, I'm missing the teaching for sure, but also missing Kora. Anyway, I don't want to take any more of your precious time because you'll be guiding people, but it's nice to see you and nice to get news, and I'm sure everyone loves to get some news from Kopan, so thank you for sharing.
How's it down in Boda?
Yeah, well, it's the more traffic on the roads, shops a bit more open. I thought they'd ease up on Monday, but I hear it's going to be another week. Once they start easing a little bit, then starts easy. It's definitely a bit more easy. But the sad thing is, just so many beggars, so many poor people, and the economic problems. I mean, these hotels have been closed for a year and a half now. Most of them, restaurants closed. It's just if the times when I go shopping, they're just people all around the streets begging for food, because there are groups who are giving them food. But I mean, that's been hard. And as I always say, I reckon 40% to half of the population in the Kathmandu Valley have now had the virus. I think it's so widespread. I think it's very, very widespread, because that's just what for example, outside, I'm fortunate I didn't get it, but this whole neighborhood, they had it. We had people dying. Ari had people dying. I mean, so I think it's very widespread. So, and of course, no sign of vaccines, so it makes it difficult. Yeah, and you get tired of being inside. I saw Chambachuki, Jemen Wonmo, and she says she's inside all the time. So I try and help her do shopping because she's old and she hasn't had a vaccine. And she says she's looking at the screen all the time, in her room. She doesn't go out. Because she is a little bit scared. She would be in a very big risk area. Similarly, Ingeborg, she hasn't had a vaccine. I'm the only one of the four of us here, 4 Sangha here, who's had vaccines. Yeah. and I only had one. Anyway.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
us, just one. Yeah.
Anyway, so we're fortunate in a way because we actually get to see suffering and sick people. I mean, the Buddha didn't stay in the palace, so yeah.
Yeah, but it is sad, the situation in Nepal.
Yeah, the economy
In many
worries
places.
me.
Yeah.
Economy worries me. I think that's going to hit people very badly. Yeah. Anyway, take care, and good to see your face.
Nice seeing your prayer wheel.
I've been so fortunate because just before the lockdown, you know, I did keep on nagging and requesting, and Singapore gave me a prayer wheel, so I was really fortunate.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been such a great thing to have, and you know, never alone when you have a prayer wheel. Yeah. Take care.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you,
Hope to see you
Venerable
in real
Sarah.
life one day.
Oh, the mystery man is still there. Oh, Maddie, you're there. Where are you, Maddie? Can you tell me?
I'm in South Florida, and it's it's normalized here, but people seem to be there's a lot of violence and there's a lot going on in the community, and it's a little wild. We had a situation, I don't know if it was last night or what. A gentleman walked into a grocery store and shot a 1-year-old and the grandmother. So the stores are open, but people seem to be having mental hardship more than anything.
Yeah, that's what I felt about the West. I felt it was more the mental hardship, and here I felt it was more the physical hardship. I just want to say this really quickly how crazy it is. A friend from the UK contacted me about 5 weeks ago when it was a very, very serious situation here. And they asked how I was. And I thought they were concerned about me. And I said, well, I kind of like, you know, I've delayed my Everest trip. I've decided not to climb Everest this year, but apart from that, I'm okay. And then I found out they were contacting me because they wanted me to say it was all lies and everything was fine there. And it was just the newspapers because they're so angry about vaccines and lockdowns. Can you believe it? So the mental stuff that's going on with people, can you believe that's why they contacted me? They were so angry when I said no. They said, have you seen people literally dying in the street? And I was like, wow, you know, let's talk another time. Yeah, the mental problems. Okay, sorry, thank you. Please carry on.
Okay, see you, bye. Okay,
Bye,
let's
Mystery
begin.
Man. Bye, Maddie.
Okay, let's begin the next session. So we'll set up our motivation kind of quickly so we can do some of the prayers. So let's just reflect for a moment on how this pandemic is going on and on and on and on. And just that in itself is causing untold suffering around the world. I think that must be sort of an unbearable topic of conversation for everybody at this point. No matter how indirectly they've been affected, they have been affected. So we reflect for a moment on the suffering that we've experienced in our own life. It might not be great suffering, or it might be really awful suffering, but whatever it is, we just reflect for a moment and wish ourselves to be free from that suffering. And then we go beyond ourselves and think of how this pandemic has affected the people we know, the people we're close to, our family, our friends, people we work with or go to school with. And again, some of them might have had very serious suffering, and others might have had more sort of light suffering. But for everybody, it's been a challenge. It's been difficult. There's been changes to everyone's lifestyle, I think, at this point. So again, we open our hearts to them, wishing them to be free from all these difficulties and challenges, whatever they're experiencing now in the present, and that in the future things will also be better for them, that they'll be free from these sufferings. And then we expand our thoughts even further to include all the beings in our communities, in our country, and in all the other countries of this world. We can see that if we watch the news or read the newspaper, that COVID-19 is far from being over. Even in countries where it seemed they had gained control of the situation, COVID has come back to kind of haunt them and remind them that it's not over. And perhaps is having the beneficial side effect that countries are now starting to realize that we have to vaccinate the whole world, that it's not enough to concentrate on one's own people. So let's hope that this pandemic brings more compassion to the hearts of human beings around the world. So we really try and find place in our heart for all these beings, whether we like them or not, whether they agree with our point of view or not. Maybe we think it's good to wear masks to get vaccinated. Maybe others think the opposite, or maybe we think the opposite and others think we're wrong. Whatever it is, we understand that we're all suffering in this situation. And all of us are finding different ways to cope with it and deal with it. And some of those ways are healthy and helpful, and others are not. So then we can do the prayer together. We start with this motivation, which is actually a prayer of refuge, taking refuge in our gurus, guide us, in the Buddha who taught us the Dharma itself, not only the teachings, but the inner transformation that practicing the Dharma will bring about in our hearts and minds. And then the Sangha, those who help us, and all the different forms of Buddhas that manifest in order to benefit us. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge the empty cloud of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So then, if you have received the appropriate empowerment, you can visualize yourself as Chenrezig, or otherwise visualize Chenrezig in front of you or above the crown of your head. And we visualize that from Chenrezig's heart and every pore of his body, rays of light and nectar radiate out. On the tips of each of one of these is another Chenrezig, and these Chenrezigs come to the top of the heads of all the sentient beings who we previously thought about. So we can visualize in front of ourselves, our family, our friends, our colleagues, and then around them and behind them, all the different sentient beings. And you can visualize them all and experiencing their various challenges posed to them by the pandemic. So you might visualize some of them, in bed sick, some of them in hospital sick, some of them on ventilators. Whatever visualization helps you move your mind into compassion and also bodhicitta, the wish to achieve enlightenment for the benefit of all beings. So recite this mantra briefly, just for a few minutes. But because we just do it for a few minutes, we really try and put all of our attention onto it, letting go of all of our other distractions and thoughts of what we'll be doing next, memories that come up of imaginations that arise. Let go of all of them and just focus very clearly on this visualization of Chenrezig above the crown of all these different people's heads, and rays of light and nectar flowing down from him and washing away not only their COVID and all the problems associated with COVID-19, but also all the other sufferings they have, and also the causes of their suffering, any negative karma and obscurations that are bringing about their suffering now and will bring about other suffering in the future. So you can recite this mantra in whatever way moves your mind, slowly, quickly, chant it, singing. Om mani padme hum, 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 om mani Mani pami hunga 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 mani pami pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani 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 pami hunga Amani pami hunga mani pami hunga mani pami hunga mani pami hunga mani pami hunga So we think for a moment that due to the power of our compassion and our bodhicitta, that all the negative karma and all the results of the negative karma, all the sufferings that are experienced by all sentient beings, and particularly by human beings experiencing the challenges of this pandemic, have been washed away, completely purified. And think for a moment how wonderful that would be if that were to actually happen. We can think that the Chenrezig above the crown of each of their heads, it dissolves into light and absorbs into them, and that they themselves transform into Chenrezig. This is, of course, the perfect state in which all qualities have been brought to their completion and all faults have been completely eliminated, meaning that there's no more suffering, there's only happiness. So we think how wonderful it would be if everyone in our family achieved that state, if all our friends could achieve that state, if every single sentient being could achieve that state. And then we realize that's not actually true. There still is much suffering in this world, in all the different realms of existence. And so we come back to the reality of having this pandemic in our world, and we recite together this prayer composed by Thangtong Gyalpo for eliminating an epidemic that happened in Tibet many centuries ago. So again, we try and do this coming from a place of deep compassion and keeping our minds on the words, wishing from the very depths of our heart that this disease and all diseases and all forms of suffering may immediately be eliminated from this world and all worlds. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, to bring the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we recite this prayer time. And again, we try and make it not just a verbal recitation of words, but behind that, this strong sense of compassion. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary illnesses and the bhutas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere terrified beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the question of gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the kinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We will make a deep, heartfelt wish that all these prayers and dedications may come true right now, this very moment. And then we do some dedication verses. So if you're familiar with Lama Zopa Rinpoche's teachings, you know that Rinpoche always encourages us to dedicate not only the merits that we've created by doing one short session of prayers and mantras, but to combine these merits with all the merits we've ever accumulated. So that can be, half an hour ago, 2 hours ago, yesterday, the week before. But actually we're including all the merit we've ever created in this life, and then we go back through all our past lives from beginningless rebirths, and we include all that merit. And we dedicate it together with not only, we don't just dedicate our own merit, but we dedicate the merits created by all the Buddhas. So we can imagine that there's numberless beings who have already achieved enlightenment, who are fully enlightened Buddhas. And to get to that state, they had to create an enormous amount of merit. And then going forward, every single reason for their existence is to benefit others, so they're constantly creating a huge amount of merit. And then we combine this with all the merit of all sentient beings. And here Lama Zopa Rinpoche reminds us that we include also all the bodhisattvas. So it's said that a bodhisattva is creating merit with every single breath. So it's a huge store of merit, and we dedicate it for not only ourselves to develop bodhicitta, but for every single sentient being to develop bodhicitta. This is really the source of everlasting happiness. So that's what we're wishing sentient beings, that they create the cause for their everlasting happiness. And she encouraged us to include not only human beings, but to remember that we're also wishing that bodhicitta may be generated in the minds of all the different beings in all the different realms, including every single ant, as she often says, every single ant, every single mosquito, every single snake. So we dedicate really from our heart that bodhicitta may be generated in the minds of all sentient beings, that in those in whom it has arisen, that it may increase more and more. And then we dedicate that all beings also generate the wisdom realizing emptiness. Without this wisdom, they can't achieve even liberation from samsara, let alone achieve the state of full enlightenment. So again, we really think not only that ourselves need to generate this, not only our family and our friends, but every single sentient being needs this wisdom realizing emptiness. And then we can recite this verse together from Lama Zopa. Samsara and nirvana lack even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent rising or unbetraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. And then we recite this verse from Bodhisattva Charavatara by Shantideva. And we can think that these words are blessed by his bodhicitta, and they're therefore very powerful. By saying them, we connect with bodhicitta. For however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses, without exception of transmigrated beings, never occur again. And then we generate for the good rebirths of all those who've died, especially all those who've died of COVID-19. We're heading up now to 4 million beings counted. Of course, there could be many, many more human beings who were never diagnosed with COVID, who all died of COVID. Many countries don't have a good system of testing, so many are passing away without ever being diagnosed. So we dedicate for all these beings, and of course we can include others who've died from different diseases, from injuries, from old age. We dedicate, may they never ever be reborn in the lower realms. Instead, may they be reborn in a pure land where they can achieve enlightenment. And at the very least, may they receive a perfect human rebirth. So perfect human rebirth, of course, is one with all the conditions to engage in a spiritual practice to develop the mind and achieve enlightenment. May all sentient beings receive this perfect human rebirth and meet a perfectly qualified Mahayana Guru, revealing the unmistaken path to enlightenment. And by practicing this path, and especially by pleasing the mind of the Holy Guru, may they quickly achieve enlightenment. And then we can dedicate with using these verses from Jewel Garland, which Rinpoche has been emphasizing in his series of thought transformation teachings that he's been giving since last year. So these are actually quite difficult verses, but we try and develop at least the wish to be able to become like this. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines and wood in the forest, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. So we think that we become totally at the service of others, that they may use us, just like they use earth, water, fire, wind, etc. And then the next verse, may I hold sentient beings as dear as my life, may sentient beings hold me most dear, may all their negative karma ripen upon me, and may all my virtue ripen on them. So here usually we would pause to do some Tonglen meditation, to take all the negative karma upon ourselves and give everyone our virtue, the cause of happiness. And then the third verse, as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. And then to protect our merits from being destroyed by anger or heresy, we seal the merits by briefly thinking of emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then we conclude these dedications by dedicating for the long life of our precious holy gurus. And here we focus mainly on His Holiness the Dalai Lama and Lama Zopa Rinpoche, but of course we can include all our precious gurus. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, incomparably kind, Supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you to everybody who joined me, to Maddie joining me on Zoom, and anybody who joined on YouTube. And thank you to our mystery man behind the scenes, keeping up the technical support we need. And hello to Venerable Amy.
Hello, Joan. Venerable Joan, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good.
You
Are
okay?
you getting more vaccines coming in yet to Nepal?
Well, I heard the Chinese one is coming, so that'll be good. I did hear that there's some chance that some AstraZeneca may arrive. But it's not clear how much and when. We'll see.
Right,
We'll see.
right. Best of luck with everything.
Yeah, thank you.
Please
See you
stay
next week,
well.
probably. Bye.
Enjoy. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Please take a moment to check your motivation, directing your mind in the most positive way. And again, I'd really like to thank Venerable Damcho, who organizes all the sessions, and Chenrezig Institute, who has been supporting us, and the IMI, the International Mahayana Institute, all the people that are making this happen for so long. So thank you so much. And also, if they have the donation link, I unfortunately don't have that handy. There's a link you can make a donation to them, to the people that support the organization that creates like that. So let's just think about our motivation and the blessings from Rinpoche, following Rinpoche's advice to do these practices, spreading that benefit in the world, and also helping our own practices to help us quickly reach that fully enlightened state, because then we can really unlimitedly benefit all living beings. So for that purpose, we will do these COVID practices. And there, thank you so much in the chat, is how you can make a donation via the GoFundMe site. Thank you so much. And we will start with the Vajra armor practice. So imagine now in the space in front of you, this blue-black Vajrapani representing the divine power, the skillful means we need to get enlightened. He's facing you slightly higher than the level of your forehead, surrounded by this transcendental wisdom fire, and from all the pores of his body come out all these signs of purification, things that will cleanse the planet, particularly of COVID. Iron scorpions, iron pigs, all kinds of images of different light rays that represent purification to you, go through the entire planet. They also come over to you, entering your forehead, throat, and heart, purifying you of COVID, any chance of getting COVID, and any other imbalances, body and mind, as we recite his mantra, this special mantra. Actually, it's not Vajrapani's mantra, it's the Vajra armor mantra. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita, Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita, Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarva Varita Hana Vajrena Reke Reke Soha. Om Benza Pe, Om Pema Shavari Pe, Nembarshig Nagan and Tayata Sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. Om benza pe om pema shavadi pe nemparshik nagan entayata sarvavedita hana hana vajrena reke reke soha. So if you'd like, you can put your hand over your mouth. We've just blessed our speech with this incredibly powerful mantra. And as you exhale, imagine the exhalation going up your nose, continuing the purification. If you have a drink, you can blow on the surface a few times, again with the blessed speech. Take a few sips and feel that purification. And imagine this Vajrapani in the space in front dissolves into emptiness. And from that wisdom arises Black Manjushri, over top your crown, facing the same direction as you. Again, a manifestation of the Buddha of infinite wisdom in this form. He purifies disease. And imagine light rays are coming out of all the pores of his body. He's about 6 inches in height, and it's disseminating all over the planet, completely cleansing the planet of especially COVID and all other illnesses, body and mind. Light rays are descending from those pores of his body down through your crown, continuing the purification as we recite this mantra, Black Manjushri. Om taso juzo taso miso ningo la jo kala ja kam sham drum bepe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningo la jo kala ja kam sham drum bepe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningo la jo kala ja kam sham drum bepe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningo la jo kalaja kam sham drum bepe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningo la jo kalaja kam sham drum bepe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningo la jo kalaja kam sham drum bepe soha. Om taso juzo taso miso ningo la jo kalaja kam sham drum bepe soha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningo la chokala ja kam sham dram bebe soha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningo la chokala ja kam sham dram bebe soha. Om tazo chuso tu tazo tu miso ningo la chokala ja kam sham dram bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jambe pe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. Om taso chuso tu taso tu miso ningo la cho kala ja kam sham jam bebe soha. So imagine the black manjushri over top your crown slowly dissolves from the edges of the visualization into a radiant drop of light that melts into your crown. Just feel, not only have you purified, but feel all the blessings of his holy body, holy speech, and holy mind. This is the prayer liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharma Kaya. Let's do those verses 2 more times. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So let's recite this mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum, and as much as you can, gazing at this image of Mahasiddha Thangtong Gyalpo. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. The actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. We'll do that 2 more times. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Sorry, I'm just copying the donation link, so I will have it just popped up for the future. Excuse me 1 minute. Okay, and one last time on this prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realm of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Pacifying the danger of weapons. Om Mani Padme Hum. Great loving victorious one, Arya sublime compassion, eye looking one, wrathful victorious Hayagriva, perfect pure Tara, and so forth. Objects of refuge whose holy names eliminate all dangers upon mere hearing, who are compassionate in nature, please pay attention to me. When the sentient beings of the time of quarreling and of flourishing of the 5 degenerations are tormented by fighting and intense suffering, from the explosion of a great ocean of evil karma and jealousy, please dry this ocean up by the strength of your transcendental wisdom and compassion. Also by letting fall a great nectar rain of loving kindness on the transmigrating beings whose hatred is a blazing fire, please grant your blessings for happiness and auspiciousness to increase by their recognizing each other as being like parents. Through your defeating the multitude of vicious evil spirits who by entering someone's mental continuum change it instantly into the mind of an Ashura. From now on, may they never roam in this region. Please also cause all the sentient beings who have died in war from now on to abandon all evil karma, the cause and result, and be miraculously reborn in blissful land. Please also lead all others to that pure land. Please cause all those who are born and die to have long lives and not have sicknesses, to stop all their quarreling and fighting, and to enjoy a life in the 10 virtues. Please make rain fall at the right time, harvest to always be good, and auspiciousness to increase in all habitats and for all inhabitants. By the ultimate reality, which is pure in nature, unbetraying cause and result, which has that ultimate reality, and the compassionate Guru, mind-sealed deity, and rare sublime ones, may my pure and extensive prayers be accomplished. And this is the request to pacify the fear of famine. Having generated the mind aspiring to the highest supreme enlightenment in order to truly liberate all infinite living beings, you, the compassionate victorious one, completed the 2 accumulations. The assemblies of guiding Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, hearers, Pratyeka Buddhas, Gurus, Yidams, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians of the 10 directions, Yaksha wealth gods, the lords of treasures, along with your retinues. Think of these protectorless living beings of the degenerate times with love, and then in order to truly protect these embodied beings who are tormented by the sufferings of hunger, thirst, and poverty, let fall a rain of whatever attractive enjoyments are needed, jewels, food, wealth, grains, bedding, and so forth, on this world's land of snows. So you can imagine all these poor starving people on the planet are showered down now with every perfect food, every perfect drink, completely satisfied with everything they need. Please pacify the harms of the 4 elements, untimely wind, fire, drought, rain, floods, and so forth. And may nourishing grains from crops, harvests, and so forth ripen and increase like they do during the age of completion. By the force of having made extensive requests with strong entreaties through the force of love and compassion, may the eon of sickness, fighting, and famine be pacified, and may we possess a happy long life free from illness. Through the compassion, great compassion of the victorious ones and their children, and the force of the infallible truth of cause and effect, may the teachings of the victorious ones spread and increase, and may all living beings swiftly attain the highest enlightenment. So bringing Mother Tara here for a moment from His Holiness's blessings, and receiving this blessing in our mind, and Tara clears away all obstacles. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. Om Tare Tutare Ture Soha. There's my Ross joining us. Wonderful to see you. What a treat. And lastly, we're going to dedicate the merits of all. I'd like to invest all of the precious energy, the benefit, all the merit, all the positive energy, may we dedicate it to all those suffering from COVID to be healed of their illness immediately. And I'd like to add people suffering from any other illnesses, especially chronic pain and all other situations like that. Maybe they be released of that immediately, or may they find some treatment that can help them decrease the situation of the illness. And for all those who have recently died in the last 49 days, may they immediately take a precious human rebirth to get enlightened, to benefit all. And I'd really like to dedicate to Geshe Tenley, our resident teacher at the Boston area center, Kurukula Center, who had a very bad car accident in the last week or so and is recovering in the hospital right now. So can we direct this energy also for Geshe-la's swift, full recovery? O Janju Senjo Rinpoche, Mage Panam Ge Gyurchig, Ke Banyam Pame Bayi, Gone Gondu Belwar Shog. Sending this out to all the sick beings, however many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths. May I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as our direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may we never turn away for even a second from the pure path highly admired by the victorious ones. Like the earth, water, fire, and wind, medicines, and monastery firewood, may I always be enjoyed by all sentient beings as they like and without resistance. May I cherish all sentient beings like my own life. May I cherish them much more than myself. May all their negative karma ripen on me. May all my virtue ripen on them. As long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara, may I abide in samsara to help them, even though I could achieve highest enlightenment. And the most important dedication, Rinpoche says, with emptiness. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, excuse me, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. Any understanding you have of emptiness, please reflect right now. Continuing on, this is a condensed version of the King of Prayers. I fully dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri, who knows reality, and just like Samantabhadra as well. Our last page. I fully dedicate all my roots of virtue with the dedication praise is the best, while the gone beyond victorious ones of the three times, in order to have good conduct. And for the long life prayers for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. For Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Thank you all so much. If you're interested, I have a class tomorrow, 10 to 11:30 Eastern time. It's all on my website for Philadelphia Center about bodhicitta. And next week I'm starting an establishing your daily practice. So I think you can find those links on my website. Welcome, Venerable Tendren.
Hello.
Lovely to see you. Thank you all, and please be well. Lovely to see all of you.
Thank you. Okay, so let's just take a moment to refresh our visualization. So here we're sitting and we're surrounded by all sentient beings. Our mother of this life on our left, our father of this life on our right, and all their loved ones, our grandparents, all our siblings, their partners, their children, and all their loved ones sitting close behind us. All our friends, co-workers, the people of our life, and all their loved ones. Trying to keep in our hearts that loving kindness and compassion that we naturally have for those that we're attached to, those that we love, that we hold as friends. And we're going to try to grow that sense of love and compassion towards all the strangers in our life. They haven't always been strangers. They weren't strangers in past lives, and they won't be strangers in the future. They're just strangers in this moment. And they all have loved ones. And then all the people we have difficulty with are in front of us. Those who have different views, those who have difficulty with us, those we're afraid of. And all those beings in the bardo, we pray for them to have a quick rebirth, precious human rebirth, Pure Land rebirth. So imagine that we are leading all these sentient beings in these prayers that have been requested by our precious teacher, Lama Zopa Rinpoche, for the benefit of all those struggling around the world with the coronavirus, the effects of the coronavirus financially, emotionally, physically. Now imagine that in the space in front is a large throne supported by 8 great lions, on top of which is a seat of a variegated lotus and moon and sun mandalas. On top of these sits the essence of our own root gurus and the aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. So it's not just the Buddha, but it's all of our teachers, all of our gurus. The aspect of Shakyamuni Buddha. The color of his holy body is the purest gold. He has a Upanisha on the top of his head. His one face, 2 arms. His right hand in the mudra of controlling the earth. His left in the mudra of concentration, holding an alms bowl full of medicinal nectar. He's wearing the saffron robes of a monk. His holy body is in the nature of transparent light. And he sits in the Vajra posture in the center of an aura of light rays. Surrounding him are the direct and indirect lineage gurus, yidams, buddhas, bodhisattvas, heroes, dakinis, and host of Dharma protectors and guardians. And in front of these are the precious Dharma text, our actual refuge, the teachings that we aspire to internalize so that we too can become Buddhas to benefit all sentient beings. So really feel very strongly that you're in the presence of your teachers, enlightened beings who understand and accept you just as you are, and who strongly wishes to help you to reach the state beyond sorrow. So at this time we've received a precious human rebirth, which we can use to attain a good rebirth in the next life, liberation, and even enlightenment. And from beginningless time until now, I and all these mother sentient beings who are around us have been experiencing the various general sufferings of samsara again and again, numberless times. So who has the power to protect us from these sufferings, to lead us out of these sufferings? Only the enlightened beings in front of us. So now we're going to take refuge in these enlightened beings, using the prayer that Rinpoche asked us to recite, the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, liberating Shakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge, the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge, the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge, the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. Now visualize that the refuge field dissolves into light, absorbing up into Guru Shakyamuni Buddha. The throne dissolves into light, absorbs into the lotus sun and moon mandalas. The Buddha, seated on these, comes above the crown of our heads and dissolves into blissful golden light. The golden light pours down into you, blessing your body, speech, and mind, purifying all negativities, filling us with all good qualities. Now in the space in front of all the sentient beings surrounding us, thousand-armed Chenrezig arises. Chenrezig is the embodiment of all the infinite Buddha's compassionate wisdom. All the compassionate wisdom of our gurus. Stands on a lotus in a moon seat. His body is in the nature of white light, youthful and decorated with magnificent jeweled ornaments. Visualize rays of light emanating from Chenrezig's heart, entering all sentient beings through the crowns of their heads. So while we recite the mantra of great compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, we can visualize these rays of light reaching all suffering sentient beings, purifying all the causes of suffering, filling us with all the causes of happiness. So particularly holding those that you have a connection with, that you're concerned for, that you have fear for, that you have love and compassion, holding them in your hearts, all the mother sentient beings surrounding us. So we're reciting this mantra on behalf of all of them, particularly those who are suffering from this pandemic in all the various ways one can suffer in samsara. So we'll recite this mantra for about 5 minutes. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme, Mani Padme. Mani Padme, Mani Padme. So refresh your sense of being surrounded by all sentient beings, refreshing our motivation to say these prayers on behalf of all those suffering other sentient beings, particularly those who have not met the teachings, who can't be here, who would have no idea that reciting such mantras, such prayers might be of benefit. But we have these precious human rebirths. We have the good fortune to have instructions from our teachers. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus of the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. For the last time, may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now take a moment to rejoice, and following the advice of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, of using our precious human rebirth in a most meaningful way, trying to transform our minds in order to become enlightened for the benefit of all sentient beings, by cultivating loving kindness and great compassion for all suffering mother sentient beings. Now imagine that thousand-armed Chenrezig now dissolves into light, absorbs into all of us, blessing our body, speech, and mind with his holy body, speech, and mind. And we'll recite dedications. And again, keep in mind all the sentient beings that surround us. May all beings everywhere, plagued by sufferings of body and mind, obtain an ocean of happiness and joy by virtue of our merits. May no living creature suffer, commit evil, or ever fall ill. May no one be afraid or belittled with a mind weighed down by depression. May the blind see forms and the deaf hear sounds. May those whose bodies are worn with toil be restored on finding repose. May the naked find clothing, the hungry find food. May the thirsty find water and delicious drinks. May the poor find wealth, those weak with sorrow find joy. May the forlorn find hope, constant happiness, and prosperity. May there be timely rains and bountiful harvests. May all medicines be effective and wholesome prayers bear fruit. May all who are sick and ill quickly be freed from their ailments, whatever diseases there are in the world. May they never occur again. May the frightened cease to be afraid and those bound be freed. May the powerless find power and may people think of benefiting each other. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Please bless us that the lives of the glorious gurus be long, that all beings equaling the extent of space be happy, that I and others without exception collect merits and purify obscurations, and that we quickly achieve Buddhahood. Because of all the merits of the 3 times created by us, all the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and other sentient beings, may there be no wars, famines, disease, quarreling, fighting, or unhappy minds. May there be great prosperity, and may everything needed be easily obtained. May everyone have perfect conditions and have only compassion and love for each other in their mind streams, and may they only benefit and never harm each other. Knowing that all things are empty of inherent existence, remembering that agent, object, recipient are all empty due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who exist but am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which exists but is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who exist but are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state by myself alone. And then so for the long, healthy, happy lives of our teachers, for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may you have a long life and may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And for the happy long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the 3 rare sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So thank you. Thank you at Chenrezig or wherever their hosts are. So while we're waiting for Venerable Rabina, we can just recite some Tara mantras. Tar to tar tur soham, 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 tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham, tar to tar tur soham. Om tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham. Om tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham. Om tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham. Om tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham. Om tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham. Om tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham tar 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 soham. And there she is. Venerable Ravina, welcome.
Thank you, sir. I'm a little bit late. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Thank you, dear. You're looking well. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, good afternoon, wherever we are. Good morning, the Lloyd family. Hello, darling. Hello, boys. Happy to see you, sweethearts. Okay, then, babies. We're ready to go. Okay. So here we are again, continuing this amazing activity we've been doing, I don't know how many months now. It's a long time. And as Rinpoche says, we're going to do it until COVID-19 ends. I mean, we could die first, couldn't we? That's the way it is. So we visualize, we imagine, we use our creative imagination. We have very creative imaginations. So here we're using it for something kind of optimistic and positive and good for our minds. And therefore, because everything exists on the tip of the wish, it will create, this is what creates our reality. So with strong aspirations, we're going to say these thoughts in this prayer, wishing that people become better, wishing that the sickness stops, wishing there are no epidemics. This is what, and this power, the power of the mind changes us and then affects the world, you know. So we imagine in front of us the embodiment of all these marvelous qualities called a Buddha, but a particular aspect, it's an aspect, a very peaceful aspect, and it's particularly compassion, you know, good heart, love and compassion. And his name is Chenrezig. Lama Zopa translates his name as compassionate-eyed one. And in Sanskrit, it's Avalokitesvara. So you visualize him at about eye level in the sky. And he's in this form of the Buddha, not like the one behind me. There are two forms in which the Buddha mind manifests to benefit sentient beings. And one is the form that we can see, the Shakyamuni Buddha, the Indian man who lived, you know, a while ago. And then you've got the more subtle body, which only the high beings, the yogis, who've actually, you know, the Arya Bodhisattvas, the ones who've realized emptiness, the ones that they can see, more subtle. And this is that one. And this is from Tantra, not Sutra. The other one is Sutra. So it's this radiant light body. It's kind of from the Indian style, of course. It's continuing on from India. And it's kind of the royal style, kind of the aristocratic style. Beautiful, radiant, beautifully bejeweled and silken clothes, totally beautiful, radiant, and also very young, in the prime of their youth. They talk about these Buddhas being in the prime of their youth. And the function for us is to energize our mind, to lift our mind, to make our mind blissful. So he's got a white light body, he's male. Well, you can't tell sometimes, they're very androgynous, all these Buddhas. And very sweet face, incredibly compassionate. To the degree of compassion we imagine that. I mean, it's 1 trillion times more than that. Because this compassion that we're talking about is because there's no delusions there. And then so it's limitless. And it has wisdom as well, which means sees the minds of all beings perfectly, all their karma exactly. Therefore, how to benefit each one exactly. That's the mind of a Buddha. And that's what we can become. Every mind has this potential. Buddha has found that. And he's got this kind of silken clothes on, and he's sitting in full lotus position on the lotus, which on a sun disk and a moon disk on the lotus, which represent wisdom and compassion. And then he's got 4 hands, and the first 2 in the front are holding a wish-fulfilling jewel, and the other 2 hold aloft either side, one holding a lotus and one holding a crystal rosary. And on his left shoulder is an antelope skin, which is said to indicate his peaceful aspect. Everything's radiant light. And then now we visualize all sentient beings, all mind possessors, all the realms of existence, but in the form of humans, which is the form they can get enlightened in. And let's think of them in terms of being the friends and the enemies and the strangers. There's no fourth category. Well, the objects of our attachment, our beloveds, to the left, in front of, to the left in front, right in front of us, in the middle, all the objects of our aversion, our enemies, and then to the right and everywhere else, above, to the sides, below, behind, in front, as far as the horizon goes. All other sentient beings in the form of humans, but all the strangers, the objects of our indifference. So we're thinking here that they're all the same, they're identical to each other. These three projections, these three fantasies that our delusions have made up, friend, enemy, stranger, have no objective basis, totally self-centered. Of course, it's real, they hurt us, and it's real that some people harm us, benefit us, and it's real that some people do neither, but that's the wrong basis for seeing them. That's just self-centered. Because we only love the ones who are kind to us, don't love the others, and couldn't care less about the rest. Totally self-centered. Totally awful. We should be embarrassed by how self-centered it is, but that's the universe, isn't it? Animals do it, humans do it, because we've all got the three poisons. We've all got ignorance, attachment, and aversion. So now we all take refuge together. Think these words. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge, rely upon, I like to say that one, rely upon, that's the point, the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, we rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakas, and Dakinis. We rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, rely upon the precious Guru Buddha. We rely upon the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We rely upon the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, Dakas, and Dakinis, and we rely upon the empty clarity of our own minds. Like I say, that seems like a very Sakya way to say it. I don't think our Gelugpa Lamas say it like that. The Lamas all say things differently in the different traditions. And now we visualize kind Lama Chenrezig. And if we have a spiritual teacher, then we imagine it's their mind manifesting as Chenrezig for our benefit. So that's Lama Chenrezig, the Lama as Chenrezig, and Chenrezig as the Lama. And we do one more thing I forgot to do. We invite, they call it the inviting the wisdom being. So this is our visualization, kind of think of it as pretend, but now we make it real. So we visualize from the hung, there's white om at his brow, a red ah at his heart, throat, and a blue hung at his heart. And from that blue hung, light goes out and so all the 10 directions and hooks the energy of all the Chenrezigs, the actual Chenrezigs in the universe, hooks the energy of that, all of the energy, and it all comes back with that light and absorbs into our visualization, making it even more radiant, more blissful. And now Lama Chenrezig in front of us is the embodiment of all the wisdom beings, all the Buddhas of the universe. Zahung Bamho, they become non-dual. And now we visualize that Lama Chenrezig so compassionately from his brow, from the white om, he sends powerful, radiant laser beams of white light out into the hearts of us and all the suffering beings of the universe. All the suffering, particularly those with the COVID-19, but everybody else, of course. And that what it does is completely purify. You imagine it totally eradicates, takes away instantly all the suffering, all the pain. And also, crucially, it purifies the karma, the past actions of harming others, in particular killing of all these billions of beings who've all done this in past lives. Purifies the suffering and its causes. Amazing. Imagine this. As we sing the mantra a few times, as this light pours into all of us, completely purifying all of our suffering and all the causes of our suffering, of the body in particular, sickness and things. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And as we continue to sing the mantras out to ourselves, say it silently. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Or continue to visualize Lama Chenrezig the light going out, purifying, but also the sound we are making. It purifies our own mind and body, and it purifies whoever hears it, all the insects, maybe the mice in your house sneaking around in the kitchen, you know, the cockroaches, the flies, the ants, your pussycat, your dog, they all get blessed as you say the mantra, by visualizing all this purification. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme Hum. And we visualize Lama Chenrezig never stopping doing this, sending the light out, purifying all the beings and the suffering with the white light. As we now say the prayer, these thoughts, these aspirations, that's what prayers are mostly. Certainly in Buddhism, may this happen, may that happen. This is, and as Lama Zopa says, everything exists on the tip of the wish. So we have strong strong wishes that these words become true. This is the point. Everything exists on the tip of the wish, the thought, the mind. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings, that means all the humans and the animals, because there are many others who have subtle light bodies and bodies made of fire, but not gross bodies like ours. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So continuing to visualize Lama Chenrezig blessing every being in the universe with this radiant laser beams of white light from his brow, entering into the brow of every being in the universe, in front of us, behind us, below, to the sides, above, everywhere, as far as the horizon goes, everywhere. All being blessed by this. And may all purify all of their sickness and the causes of their sickness. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And Lama Chenrezig continues to send the white light, blessing everybody as we continue to say the prayer, these aspirations, these wishes, these thoughts. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. May by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now let's do the rest of the meditation, blessing the speech, purifying the speech and the mind as well. But starting with the body again. So Lama Chenrezig sending this radiant beams of white light from his brow, from the white Om at his brow, entering our brow, instantly blessing every one of us, entering us, filling us, penetrating strongly, completely filling every living being, every single being of the universe without exception, who's suffering, and all the and particularly the physical suffering, in particular the COVID-19 right now, and then all the suffering we have, all the suffering of all the sentient beings. But they're all in the form of humans, but we imagine them, the terrible suffering of the animals. Look at them. Unbelievable brutality poor animals put up with, from each other. Forget the harm that humans do to them. What about the harm they do to each other, eating and being eaten. They don't have doctors. They don't have band-aids. They just suffer. Their limbs broken and smashed, This is animal life. Unbearable, unbearable. And that's just the gross level of suffering. Forget the subtler level, the mind, So all this terrible suffering, and then the humans who have nobody, who can't get doctors and don't have healing, living in agony all their lives. All of this suffering instantly annihilated. Imagine, full of this white light, and the suffering all gone. Want it, all gone. And all your own suffering. All the suffering of your body, gone. And then the causes, the past actions. And this is the tragedy. The sentient beings don't realize they've caused it themselves, All of this, full of this blissful white light, purifying every sentient being, as we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme. Continue to visualize. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from, this time, from his throat, from the red R at his throat, radiant laser beams of red light that enter our throat and the throats of every living being in the universe, above, below, behind, to the sides, everywhere. This time purifying all the rubbish. This is for us humans in particular, but all the past other beings have been humans in the past. So for us, purifying, all the results of negative speech, which are, environmental results, the experiences, all the different results. So the result, for example, of lying is that no one believes you. Past lying, no one believes your words, even if you're telling the truth. We know this experience. People think you're being abusive, but you're not being abusive. This is from past abusive speech. If you're always disharmonious, you're surrounded by people who fight, and you're in war zones, and people, always so much disharmony and stabbing backs, and in organizations and families, that's the result of bad mouthing behind backs, disharmony that causes. All these results from negative speech, all completely purified, all the sentient beings, and the causes, the negative speech, the lying, the harsh speech, the speech, the bad mouthing behind backs, and all the rabbiting on, the useless rubbish that just pours out of our mouths, with no meaning, no use to sentient beings. All of this purified, full of the blissful red light. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his heart, in the center of his chest, from the blue Hung, radiant laser beams of blue light. Blue, I think, like the sky on a very sunny day. Blue light entering our hearts, instantly penetrating, filling us completely, and every being in the universe, this blue, blissful blue light. And what this does is purify the root cause of the negative speech and negative body actions, which in turn is causing all the suffering. The root cause of all of this is the delusions in our mind. And what Buddha has found, this amazing, amazing finding of the Buddhas, psychologically, it's extraordinary. Nothing remotely like this in modern science. Nothing. Fact. It's a fact. Buddha has found from his own experience, from having done the job himself, that delusions, ego grasping, the root delusion that clings to this neurotic me, that then gives rise to this bottomless pit of attachment to get what the me wants, and then gives rise to the aversion and the anger and all the rest when it doesn't get what it wants, and all the other dramas. All of this is not at the core of our being, is not integral to who we are, and can therefore be removed. This is the essence of Buddha's practice. So we visualize this amazing, free, all this blue light annihilating all the delusions from all the minds of all the beings, and therefore instantly removing all their pain, that neurotic suffering, mental suffering we all have, as we say the mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Imagine all the beings free of all the delusions. Unbelievable, unbelievable. So now a few more times we make these strong aspirations as Lama Chenrezig continues to send the white light, purifying the suffering of the bodies, particularly COVID-19, and all the causes, the killing, mostly killing. Killing is the main cause of the sickness. Environmental result of killing is you're weak and your body is sick and you don't have well-being and you're always getting sick and you have so much suffering, and then you get sick. That's the environmental result of killing. The experience similar to the cause, the other karma of killing, is past killing, is you die young, or you get killed. This is very common right now with the sickness, isn't it? They're the two of the results of killing. The third result of killing, of course, the worst one is the tendency to kill. And look at the human realm. Look at the human realm alone. Most humans kill, thinking it's okay. There's a tragedy, total tragedy. And then, of course, the main result of killing is the lower realm suffering. Being born as an animal, other unbearable painful suffering results. Imagine Lama Chenrezig sending this light to the brow from the white light, purifying the body in particular, and the karma of the past killing, and the sickness it caused, and all the results. Think of all the results being purified. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Jakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as if they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakas, Dakinis, Dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of truth, of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we do the receiving all the blessings now from the three chakras from Lama Chenrezig. So now the white light pours out from Lama Chenrezig's white Om at his brow, going into our brow, filling us all completely. And this time, because all the delusions are gone, we're imagining all this, because all the causes of suffering from the body have gone, we now imagine receiving all the blessings, which of course is the blissful, radiant body that cannot possibly harm others. Even this body now, imagine that we can't possibly harm. Whoever sees us, whoever touches us, smells us, tastes us, anything, they can only benefit from our presence. Can you imagine this? And not to mention just that, but also when we're Buddha, the power to manifest in literally billions of bodies throughout all the universes for the benefit of sentient beings. This is the power of this is the power of a Buddha. Imagine receiving all of this, blessings of this, all beings, this radiant white light, filling us with all of this. The potential of every one of us. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now, Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends from his throat, the red eye at his throat, powerful radiant beams of light that enter us. This time, filling us all, every one of us in the whole universe with the power of speech. This is the most important thing. The most important. It's the greatest gift of the Buddha. Without this, we can't get in, we can't hear any advice. If there's no advice, we can't get enlightened. So the power of speech is tremendous. We need it all, every one of us in our own daily lives. People believe our words. People respect our words. We need this. Not to mention leading beings to enlightenment. So important. Full of this blissful red light, every being, the power of speech. Whatever we say benefits others. Can you imagine this? And of course, the Buddhas can manifest in all these different bodies. So even the bark of a dog, if it's a Buddha, that bark benefits you. You mightn't think so. The sounds of the sounds of speech, the sounds of blessings, power of speech. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 And now the mind. Lama Chenrezig so compassionately sends this blue light from his throat, from his heart, that enters ours, and instantly, this time, all the delusions have gone. So what else is left is the virtues. They are completely enhanced. All of our virtues. These are the core of our being. These are who we really are. Wisdom, clarity, compassion, kindness, love, and incidentally, the bonus, joy. This is the natural capacity. This is the natural component of virtue. When the mind is totally virtuous and totally wise, there is only joy. Imagine this. I mean, this is just outrageous. Think about it. We do not think like this in modern psychology. This is Buddha's amazing findings. It's extraordinary. We should be so excited to be this way, want to be this way. And for everybody else, imagine it all. Everybody in bliss, full of virtue. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 A few more times the prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, that means the karma's there, but it only ripens when the conditions come. Like the seed will only ripen when the water comes, isn't it? You need the conditions. And then if the seed is there, they all come together and it ripens. If the seed is not there, you can fall out of an aeroplane and you will not die. This is the way it is. There's a story, I'll tell you quickly. It's a very moving story. Excuse me, the middle of we're nearly finished. There's this wonderful story. This young nun in Tibetan nun I heard about. I met her in Kathmandu. She was in a helicopter with 10 other people in the forest of Nepal in the winter. And it crashed and it smashed into smithereens, not one fraction of anything left. She fell into a tree and then landed on the ground, every bone broken. She said, I saw her robes. I saw my robes in the tree, she said. She was conscious and she reached her hand out and her phone was there. And there was a line and it was intact. And she rang her daddy and they found her 10 hours later. That's because she didn't have the karma to die. Even the conditions were all there. Everybody else smashed to nothing. So the karma has to be there, but it won't ripen if the conditions don't come. And if the conditions happen, but there's no karma, the result, she didn't die. That's very interesting. I love that story. It took her 9 months to get better. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakas, dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. There's that nun, she's the example. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now, one more time visualizing, this time visualizing the Lama Chenrezig sends all three lights together, white to the brow, red to the throat, blue to the heart. And what this does is remove even the subtlest imprints of all the delusions and nonsense, and we all achieve Chenrezighood. We all become Chenrezig. Imagine this. All turn into Chenrezig. The lights coming to the three places. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Really visualizing, imagining, wanting this to happen. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. And now we imagine all these Chenrezigs from all the universe, all around, all dissolve into us. No, sorry, Chenrezig comes to everybody, sorry. Lama Chenrezig comes and enters into the, on top of the crown of every being and then dissolves into every one of us. And then all these Chenrezigs dissolve into us. And now for like a minute, bliss out, visualize now. Your being, the energy of you, your body, speech, and mind, the Buddha's body, speech, mind, and Lama's body, speech, mind, all the same. And now you visualize, you just expand to fill the space, the whole universe. No thoughts for like 1 minute. Bliss. Imagine. And then we dedicate. We think, this 1 hour, all these thoughts we've had all over the world. The few of us are here. Those of you on YouTube, we can't see all these amazing thoughts we've done for 1 hour, or as long as we've been here. They won't go astray. They strengthen in our mind, and all these exact things we've visualized will ripen in the future. And may they ripen as quickly as possible. May we become Chenrezig as quickly as possible, so we really can do exactly this. Transform every being into Chenrezig. Bless every being. Take away their suffering. Give them happiness and turn them into Buddha. Jangchub Semchog Rinpoche Make Panam Keguchi Kepan Yampa Mepa Yang Gong Ne Gong Du Pabashog. That's the bodhicitta, that's the energy of the great beings. That's what drives them. That's what's behind everything. Without that, they couldn't do all this. It's the wisdom to know how, the compassion to want to, and the power to do so. These are the 3 qualities of the Buddha. May all this happen exactly as we visualized. Venerable Carol, over to you. Thank you,
Good
dearest
morning,
one.
Venerable Rabina. Thank you, dear.
Thank you so much.
Hope you're well.
Yes, totally
Okay.
fine. Thank you,
Great.
darling. Bye.
Great. Take care. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the next session of the prayerathon. Thank you again for being here, for everyone who's participated, especially for Chenrezig Institute and IMI and everyone who makes this happen. It's been amazing. And I'm Carol from Seychenling, also Jumpa Chitso, at Seychenling Center in San Francisco. So we can get started here with just a little bit of setting our motivation. I have the joy of following Venerable Rabina, and she does so much beautiful meditation, visualization. So let's just carry on from that. And if you're joining now, let's just clear your mind for a moment. Bring the attention to the breath. Just letting the mind rest there for a moment. letting go of all the busyness of the day, all the demands, all the distractions. And just gently rest the attention on the breath. Do a quick check of posture, just making sure that your back is straight but not stiff. You can imagine your spine is like a stack of coins. Make sure your shoulders are relaxed. You can have your palms resting on your knees, or you can place your right palm on your left hand with your thumbs touching. And if you're on a chair, it's good to have your feet flat on the floor. If you're on a cushion, you can have your legs crossed, just kind of sitting comfortably. Just breathing in and breathing out. And now that we've just quieted the mind a bit, let's turn our attention to our motivation, because motivation is what really determines the outcome of our actions, our words, even our thoughts. So just thinking, just as I wish to be free of suffering, so does each and every sentient being, every kind of being in this whole world system. We all just want the same thing. We want happiness. And just recognizing that if I follow my ordinary mind, my self-cherishing mind, it'll lead me to all sorts of things that I think bring happiness, but truly bring suffering. Think of all the things that I grasp at, that I want. We can't find satisfaction there. This is what the Buddha taught. That's the nature of this realm, this dissatisfaction. Sometimes it's called suffering. In Sanskrit, it's dukkha. This means that we can't find a lasting happiness here with this ordinary view. And so just thinking, I really want this happiness. To gain that happiness, I need to follow this path laid out by the Buddha. This path out of cyclic existence. Remembering that each of us has this potential to reach full enlightenment, full awakening. So thinking how wonderful that would be. But then remembering that if I do this just for myself, I leave every single sentient being in the suffering realm. And how could I ever find happiness that way, ultimately? So just thinking with this motivation called bodhicitta, that I'm going to embark on this path. I'm going to do this practice to create the causes of enlightenment with this mind, this wish to attain enlightenment, not just for myself, but for every single sentient being. Just generating that in our hearts for a moment. And right now it's an effortful, at least for me, it's an effortful motivation. But just resting with it for a moment. And thinking about coming to a time when this motivation just arises spontaneously. We all have that potential. So with this mind of bodhicitta, this centered mind, let's just reflect on this motivation of this Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, this prayer liberating Sakya from disease. Just taking it to heart. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now, as we prepare to recite this mantra of Chenrezig, the Buddha of compassion, just imagine sitting in a meadow, just comfortably, just a beautiful grassy place with your friends and family next to you. And just imagine that all beings are just gathered there in a circle, sitting very peacefully, harmoniously. Everyone in human form, just gathered with Chenrezig, this beautiful white Buddha of compassion in the center, above our crowns, and just looking at all beings and radiating this energy of compassion, this wish to eliminate suffering. And just remembering when we say suffering, it includes this dissatisfaction. So it isn't just the suffering of pain, it's every kind of suffering that we experience in this realm. And so just feeling this power of Chenrezig. And just imagine as we recite this mantra, that rays of light radiate from Chenrezig's holy body, come to our crowns, begin filling our bodies with this radiant compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om 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 Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Just imagine as you continue to recite that this radiant white light from Chenrezig continues to enter your crown, enters the crown of each and every sentient being, just filling us all, filling our bodies with this white, radiant energy, this energy of compassion, completely eliminating our suffering and giving us this power of compassion to work to eliminate the suffering of all beings. So just think in your heart that you're receiving this blessing, this compassion. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme. Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme, oh, Mani Padme.